Hey, Sam. Hey, Scooty Mom. No, I am not working tomorrow. Um, Tomorrow morning, I am making a dump run and then start painting in the kit for the kids. So, I'm tired. Yeah, this is one of my favorite shirts. And it worked out perfect for today because I had to run back to the shop this afternoon or this evening. It might be. Yeah, there was a bunch of people loitering around the shop, smoking weed around the shop, and everything after I closed up today. So the neighbor, bless her heart, called me. Well, called the cops, then called me. Thank you, Ted. I appreciate it. Oh, no, I am not working tomorrow. I'm making a dump run early in the morning before it gets too hot, and then coming back to paint for the girls. Hey, Dr. Mark. Okay. I'm gonna paint and put beds together. I'll reach out to you tomorrow. When I get some time. All right. Yeah. I'll shoot you a text and we'll go from there. It'll probably be in the afternoon, though. So just heads up. Hey, Red. I'll just say accurate. That's accurate. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. Hey, Susan. Yeah, that's gonna definitely make me giggle. Oh, I wanted to. So how was y'all's day? That wax is dry. Oh yeah, that's really dry. Yeah, I wish Mona knew how to play with toys, but she just has no interest. She's got a few babies that the kids have given her that she snuggles with, but she doesn't. She doesn't play. Oh, good, Susan. Oh, why is my phone going dead? Or not dead, but all right. I gotta figure this out. Yeah, it went to sleep, and I don't know why. Okay. Let's see if that works. Hello, Pamela. So the canvases come pre-printed and already have the adhesive on there. And then you get all the little diamonds. I store mine in little jars. Then you get wax that comes with it. Excuse me. You get wax that comes with it. And this is a really soft, sticky wax. I'll show you. Actually, let me put that down for a second. Let me grab one of the... Oops, that's not a complete kit. Hang on. Hold that thought. Okay, here it is. All right, so every kit will come with a basic toolkit. You'll get a basic pen, one tray, and one square of wax. Well, this wax is a really soft, kind of sticky wax. So you take the end of the pen, let me take it out and show you. You take the end of the pen, and it's hollow, so you have to use your wax to fill it with. So on this wax, I don't know if you'll be able to see it, but I have like a hole punch where I've filled my pen. Some kits will also come with multi-placers, so you can place more than one at a time. And then you'll just take the, using the guide on the side, you'll match the colors to the symbols to paint your picture. Hey, love is love. Welcome in. Hey, Carrie Ann. Oh, good. I hope that helped. So yeah, you'll basically, because the pen tip is hollow, you're going to take the tip and press it into the wax, basically hole punching the wax. But what you're doing is you're actually filling the tip of the pen with the sticky wax. And that is what allows your diamonds to stick to the end of the pen, and you just match. So this color is number 4 on the painting. Well, you'll find one symbol, letter, number on the painting. Then you come to your guide, and that will tell you which diamond color to use. In this case, it's yellow for number 4. For these ones, that is just a black dot. Coming over to my guide here, that's number 30. So there's number 30. So I would just place those on top. Owie, just knocked my knee. Well, I appreciate it, love is love. Thank you so much. Oh, good, Susan. And that's what I say. If you're going to try it, you've never done something like this before, I always recommend starting small. You don't want to, one, get overwhelmed while you're trying to figure it out and see if you even like it. And two, you don't want to get overwhelmed as a beginner. So a small project to see if it's something you even want to do. I know, face. Yeah, I watched part of that, Carrie Ann. Yeah, I'm really happy. And I'm telling you what, Hux has got a great head on his shoulders. That kid is going to go somewhere in life for sure. Reese needs to be proud of the job that she's doing. Oh, I feel like having hair at my nose again. Imagine that. Yeah, I agree, Carrie. And he definitely is a good kid. Oh, oh. Comments like what? I know. I really enjoyed that stream. I think you guys verbalized really well, without um, being harsh. I think you guys did a really good job on that stream. Oh, all my hair is like frizzen out all over the place, and it's tickling my ears. And nice, Sin, nice. Things will settle down, and once you get done, or at least close to done, Carrie Ann, things will settle down. Hey, Grim, how are you, darling? Yeah, no face. It was a great interview. It was a great stream. Um, well, happy birthday, Grim. Yeah, I think it was done with the utmost respect, as respectful. I mean, I think you guys did a really good job on that one. In September? Okay, so how are you 1 year older? How are you 1 year older right now? If your birthday's not till September. Okay, you are totally just flipping my brain right now. It's not where I got, yeah. Okay, so Scooter Mom. So I wasn't the only one that thought, okay. Totally flipped my brain there for a second. Okay. It's all good. It's all good. Apparently, I just had a blonde moment, or as my husband would refer to it as a senior moment. Asshole. I, I don't know, no face. You can just send that birthday cake over here. I mean, if it's not my birthday, but I'll certainly eat the birthday cake. Hey, Janelle. Oh, I know. Senior moment. I know. Oh, I love my husband. He can be a little bit of an asshole. He picks on me something fierce sometimes. Sin, tell me about it. Tell me about it. I want cake now too. Yeah, yeah. It's all in fun. All in fun. He says senior moments, and I say, I tell him how much of an asshole he is. So it all works out, evens the scales. Yeah, Scooter Mom. And that's like him. I love him to bits. But if I don't call him an asshole at least once a day, something's wrong. That's just the way we roll in my house. Oh, he is? Yay. Well, hopefully he'll be um, popping in with us. Hi, love.
Where'd you go? Oh, Daddy wouldn't let you in the room. That's what it is.
Mm-hmm. She mad because she can't come snuggle with Daddy.
Well, I gave her an opportunity earlier to turn me down.
Oh boy.
She just stuck that.
Janelle. Is she down there still demanding all her money back? I know, right, Sin? I did train him well. I say asshole, and he appears out of thin air.
It might be tomorrow to turn the water down a little more or a little bit. I turned it up some. I think I turned it up too much.
Oh, okay. Love you.
Because I took a shower. You remember how the tub used to feel because it blew out of them? I'm doing that again.
Okay, Dad. Love. I'll see you in the morning.
Mama, Mama, come visit. Come on,
Go see Daddy.
come on. Oh, she is mad.
Go see Daddy. No, she ain't budging. She's on the floor in the hallway. Okay, Scooter Mom. We'll see if he makes it tonight. I know. I say the word asshole and he just appears out of thin air. I've not seen Sherry yet, Janelle. Sweet. I mean, she deserves her money back. That's for daggone sure. Poor Indigo. That's usually how it goes. I get that out of my kids too. Okay, good. Good. Hi, Mona. You gonna get in bed? Come on. We're okay. We're moving. We're moving. Oh, she cracks me up. Good feeling. Smiling. Think you're smiling. I love you. Oh, that dog cracks me up. Yeah, yeah. Luckily, mine is. Um, I'm live, and he's gonna make sure he stays far away, and he's gonna try to make it quick. I know there's this cute thing. It just took over my bed. Pretty much no face. Pretty much. Thank you, Grim. That's my Mona. Huh. That's my Mona. Sploots and all, right in the middle of Mama's bed. Scratch a booty. Scratch a booty. I'm going to sleep, baby. I won't be to bed for a little while yet. Grim. Yeah, luckily, mine doesn't care too much to be on film, on camera. Um, unless it's something he likes talking about. Uh, he just as soon say what he needs to say and get gone. Actually, No Face. Her nickname is Mo or Momo. What is going on? I know, camera go poof. And I don't know why, because I'm on Wi-Fi. So yeah, we kind of do, just a little bit. We do have a little bit of um, bite to us, just a little bit, just a little bit. Okay, is my phone gonna stop playing? Yeah, it did. All right, let me go back in and turn the camera back on. Cooperate. There we go. No Face. I don't know what's going on. I'm pretty sure I paid the bill. I'll double check when I get off. It's just, it is what it is. Sometimes my phones work great and sometimes they don't. Sin. Yeah, this is true. This is true. At least he had britches on. That's what counts. All right, Carrie Ann, go get some rest, honey. Oh, yeah, for sure, Sin. Absolutely. I can hear some of the comments now myself. I can absolutely hear some of the comments myself. Yeah, Grim. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Most definitely. Most definitely. Yeah, it kind of would be worth it. That's why my husband is like always kind of peeking around when he might be live or he knows I'm live. He's kind of peeking around to make sure he's not on camera. Uh, he's like, yeah, no, he's good. Good night, Carrie Ann. Things are going to be much better and much less stressful on you once you get all of that done. Speaking of the devil, were your ears ringing? Hey, Dusty. Thou shalt not try me. Mood 24/7. It's one of my favorite t-shirts. That's right. Don't try a mama. And when I'm wearing it and the kids push my buttons, all I do is point at the shirt and they stop. Hey, I think I handled myself well. I only got a little spicy. Don't play no face. I'll make a shirt if I can't find one that says it. Oh yeah, I do that too. And they both look at each other like, oh shit, what do we do? Right? Yeah, when you hear the middle name, they hear it and they're like, hmm. Luckily, my kids are pretty good. They don't hear the middle name very often at all. In honor of Shelley Duvall. What's up with Shelley Duvall? Did I miss something? Hey, Keith. Oh, no. Thank you, Keith. Almost done. I just have this section right here left to do. Damn. Hey, right there with you, Janelle. Oh, okay, no face, you're opposite. Yeah. Thank you, Keith. Thank you. Yeah, definitely a great actress. Well, not necessarily grim, because for me and my kids, they don't really worry until I whisper. And when they hear me whisper, yeah, when I whisper at my kids, they get right real quick. And like I said, for the most part, my kids are pretty good kids. I mean, they're still kids, so they still do have their moments, but they're pretty good kids. Yeah, it does seem unfair. Yeah. It's not always a lack of mental health care, um, especially nowadays. It's much more acceptable. But for a long time, it's been the stigma about mental health, and people didn't want that stigma. That's yeah. It's that whisper look. That whisper with the mom look, and my kids are like on point right then. Um, that sucks. Oh, that makes it even worse. You know. In today's day and age, that should not happen. Should not happen. That makes me angry. In today's day and age, that should not be an issue, should not be a problem. Oh, that makes me mad. Uh, we are in 2024 and it is still a lack of access. There's no reason for that. No reason at all. I agree, Scooter Mom. I agree. When did Tim Curry get put in a wheelchair? Oh yeah, I thought it's ow. I know.
Uh,
I know. She splooted right on my bed.
no, she's not.
Oh, she was wagging her tail, cutting her eyes at me. I'm live, honey. Oh, you're purposely staying out of the frame.
She's sitting there snoring.
Oh yeah, snoring her full head off. That man loves my dog. Oh, Red says hi. He said hi. I love that you guys are just conversing amongst yourselves. I love this. Did I eat? Did I eat? I don't remember. Don't give me that look. I don't remember. I might like it if you beat me. I love you. He says that's not gonna get you out of trouble. Yeah, I don't remember if I ate, honey. I don't know. How much you want to bet he's gonna bring me something to snack on? He has been known to do that in the past. Hello, Yarnworks. It is nice to meet you. Thank you for popping in. I appreciate it. We gonna fight. He goes, we gonna fight. Oh, dude, he cracks me up. No, I don't dare tell him that I want cake because he would get dressed and go to the convenience store and get me, the individual slices of cake and stuff that you can get at the convenience store. He would get dressed, hop in his truck, and drive to the convenience store to get me cake if that's what I wanted. So I'm not going to tell him that, even in playing, because he will do it. Yeah, it would be the convenience store for the little individuals because the grocery store is closed. They close at 11. So that would be the only place that we have for him to be able to get me some cake. But he would absolutely do it. Oh yeah, I'm spoiled rotten. I mean, don't get me wrong, he's a man, so occasionally he irritates me, but I'm spoiled rotten. Oh yeah, no, he would. If I he, he would. And then he turns around and yes, I he irritates me and I call him an asshole. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, Keith. But we've gotten to a point that if I don't call him an asshole at least once a day, not counting the days that I'm working and he's on nights, but if I don't call him an asshole at least once a day, then it might be because I'm mad at him for something. Like he went golfing without me, or he overcommitted himself and didn't get enough rest or something. That's usually what I get mad at him for. Yeah. Yeah, no face. Yeah. And he calls me old. And then I have to remind him that he's older than I am. Oh, come on. My wax is getting a little dry. Or a little old. Hey, Grim, you're older than me. Not by much. But by a little bit. Enough it counts, dadgummit. Not by much. But enough it counts. Right, Sin? Now he made me think, and now I honestly don't remember if I ate something or not. I know I had some cheese sticks. I know I did have some cheese sticks. cheese sticks. Just better than nothing. I had a snack. I had a snack. No, in all honesty, I forget to eat quite often. So he gets frustrated because I forget to eat so often. So when I don't eat when he has reminded me, which he did tonight, then he gets a little frustrated with me because I'm not taking good care of myself when I forget to eat. Yeah, no, we're not stepping on another chewed cow hoof. Let's not. So my youngest is absolutely vicious. And we were driving one day, and I don't even remember what the conversation was. And I said something about eventually I'm going to get a new car or something. And then we got to talking about that. And then I said something about cars when I was a kid. And my youngest goes, "Oh, you mean they actually had cars back then?" Wrote that. Hat too. Is I miss sunrise. Child is ooh, dream car. I don't know. I don't know. It would depend. I know I'm watching the stream get glitchy all of a sudden. I don't know why. It would depend. For what season? What area? All of that makes a difference for me. Because if it's here with snow, then it's got to be something four-wheel drive because your girl here can't drive in snow. But then again, if it's hurricane season in Florida, the heavier your car, the better. So it depends on where and what season. Yeah, it's not a bad choice, Janelle. Not a bad choice at all. Not a bad choice at all. It's also something heavy like that, Janelle. Um, with the winds that we get out. No, no, you all right? Good girl. Good girl. With the winds that we get out on the open roads out there, something heavy like that would definitely work well too. Yeah, I love the look of the old Jeeps. I'm right there with you, Keith. Nice sunrise. Yeah. So for me, I don't. I'm also a cheap ass too, so that has to play a factor. Um, I don't like spending a lot of money if I don't have to, but I'm gonna have to do something here soon. My oldest starts driving soon. So he's talking about maybe letting the oldest not have, but use the bug and getting me a new small SUV. So, nothing huge. Wow. Grim, that's not a bad choice either. I could get down with a motorcycle. Nice. Yeah, so this is the single placer, and then this one is a 5 placer. So I can place up to 5 diamonds with that one. I typically don't go more than a 6 placer. But I do have up to, I think the biggest one I have is 10. I think. Let me look. I'm going to get all my pens. I don't have any of the big ones here. No, those are all the smaller ones. Yeah, it looks like the biggest one I have is 10. But I have seen them. So here's a 10. Okay, catch up with me. So that's what the 10 looks like compared to the 5. But when you start getting into the bigger ones, it's can be harder to keep the excuse me. I have seen them up to 15, custom made or special order. And then I've also seen wheels in different sizes. Oh, excuse me. I prefer the smaller ones because it's a little bit easier to keep your drills a little bit straighter with the smaller ones. At least for me. So usually the biggest ones I'll use is up to 6. Scooter mom. You just want a tricked out scooter. Heck yeah. Yes, red. But just like I recommended with any of your actual paintings or pieces that you pick up, make sure you kind of read over the seller information, or the reviews on the seller or the item itself. Not all of these resin pens or acrylic pens are the same. Some are weaker than others, you know, things like that. So just make sure you glance over the reviews to make sure that you're getting a good piece. Now, like these ones, this one I'm using tonight, which is a little bit fatter, and the one I was using last night, no, not that one. Hold on. So this one and there it is. So this one, which is a little bit fatter. This one, I got both of these from Diamond Art Club. And then this one I got from Amazon. So it's similar, but just a little bit smaller. And then you've seen me using this one, which is also kind of smaller. And this one I also got from Amazon. So they're all real similar. It really depends on how much you want to spend. You can even go into completely custom ones that can cost you up to, you know, 40, 50 bucks a piece. This one is also an Amazon find. And it all feels like the same material, just in different sizes. The grips might change depth a little bit, you know. The shape might be slightly different, which is kind of what I need sometimes. So this one is also an Amazon find, but these big fat ones, I've got a couple of these I got from Diamond Art Club. Yes, Yarnworks. So it's a single placer on one end and a multi-placer on the other, which is I can place up to 5 on that one. I'll show you. Let me finish this up real quick. That's where it's folded. Okay. So for one that you get from Amazon, this is one that I got from Amazon. I can't get it open. There it goes. So this one's a smaller one, or a thinner one. So, and these ends just come out. So you can change out the ends. And sometimes they come with their own little pots of wax. Sometimes they don't. Oh, come on. I want to say that one might be a 9 placer. Depending on which ones you get, you can get different tips with them too. So that's a 3. So you place 3 diamonds at a time. This one is either a 5 or a 6. You can place 5 or 6 at a time. And then these ones, these flat ones, are straighteners. So you can also put those on the end of your pen to straighten your drills. So yeah. Mine do that too. Mine do that too, Sunrise. And then even the standard pens, hang on, that come with the kits, even those can be made double-ended by simply, if you have those, you can just add them right onto the pen that comes standard with the kit. So I hope that's helpful. Red and yarn. I mean, I even have some that are, have some shaped like mermaids' tails. This is just a single. Let's see, lighted. That you can just change out the head for however many you want. I like this one. There we go. The wings move. So yeah, there's all kinds. I like having little pocket pens too, like this one. So if I do take a kit with me traveling, I have a smaller compacted pen that is a little bit bigger, so it's easier on my hands. Oh, and I just dropped that one. So when I typically will only use up to a 6 placer, where I can place up to 6 diamonds. I know they make tips up to 12 or 15, and then after that they make wheels, and this is what one of the small wheels looks like. And all you do is put a very thin piece of double-sided adhesive around the wheel, and then you roll it in your tray to pick up the top of the diamonds, and then you roll it down if you have like big sections of color blocking where it's all the same color. So this is what one of the small wheels looks like. that's what the end looks like. And these come in different sizes as well. And then all I did was just put it on one of the regular pens, and that works perfect for me. So if you're going to do a lot of diamond painting, I do recommend having a couple of different shapes or sizes of your pens, because your hands can get tired with this. Having the different shapes or sizes can help with that sometimes. No face. Of course, the kids and the cats are gonna grab them. If they dangle, that's what's gonna happen. Ooh, Janelle, I know that feeling. I was just looking at, oh, what's the name of it? I see the website right off the top of my head, but I have to look up the name specifically, because this company makes a lot of 3D printed, like special shaped trays. Like, imagine this is a extra large tray. But they make more unique styles, and they 3D print them, and they make funnels for different types of containers. They make cover minders, which are what this little magnet is. This is what's holding my plastic back. These are just little magnets. I'll show you. This one I made with resin. So it just has, now I rough this up so it doesn't stick, but it has a magnet inside of the resin. Most of the cover minders that you'll see will have the magnet just glued to the top. And then it has a second magnet that goes underneath. So you fold your plastic back, you put the cover minder on top, and then the secondary magnet underneath your canvas, and it holds your plastic back. That's a cover minder. Oops. Need an E, not a 3. There it is. I'm going to get you the name of the All right, it's Bella Art D. Nicole. So Bella Art, BellaArtDeNicole. BellaArtDnicole.com. She's got, oh, I just turned my light off. I was looking, not trays, paintings. She's got, nope, I just by accident, paintings. She's got 2 different sunflower paintings. Oh yeah, me too. Me too, Red. All right, I want to show you these 2 sunflower paintings that I found. I fell in love with them. All right, let's see. Here's the first one. And this one is square diamonds, 15, almost 16 inches by 22 inches, 51 colors. And I am in love. Absolutely in love with that one. And then the next one come on, load. I think it was on page 6 or 7. Page 6. Exactly. It just stands out so much. I really love that one. I'm just not buying it right now. I'm going to wait. Where is it? Okay, page 5. Yeah, I think it might be on page 5. She's got some really cute skull ones too. Okay, it's not on page 5. Where is it? Where is it? Because I love this one too. There it is. Yes, you can. You can, with some companies, create custom paintings. All right, so this one is 23.5 by 23.5 square diamonds with 56 colors. I love the background on that. It just makes that sunflower pop. And there's the actual artwork. I just love that one. Oh yeah, I've seen a bunch of people, a bunch of women working on cars and trucks too. I mean, I do. Nails and all, I don't care. I'll get out there and get greasy. Okay. Oh, nope. I got it upside down. I gotta flip it this way so it stands up taller. Okay. Let's see. Still no hot Jasper. It's that beagle nose, man. I'm telling you. Janelle, no. I have in the past. It is just not something I kept up with. Um, I have to really like an image to do cross stitch, counter cross stitch. Um, just not something for me. So, but with this, it's similar, but the pixels are not as small as the stitches, or the diamonds are not as small as the stitches are for counted cross stitch. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. Sunrise, not at all. You tell my youngest that we got to work on a car, and she's like grabbing the grungiest clothes to change into. My oldest is like, "Aw, all right, let me go change." Oh Lord, no face. Bless her heart. Yeah, it's very similar to now. Um, it's the canvas is gridded and printed as if it were counted cross stitch. Um, but instead of thread, you're placing your stitches with the diamonds instead. So yeah, it's a the best way I explain it is a combination of um, counted cross stitch and paint by number. Yes, Grim. I grew up in the South. I am Southern. Yes, Janelle, yes. Um, there are some people that do that regularly. They will take a counted cross stitch printed pattern or graph, and then you can buy blank canvases that are gridded and have adhesive. All right, Scooter Mom, go get some rest, um, and create your own. Oops. Or there are some companies that copyright licensing the image you want to use in your cross stitch. There are some companies that will uh, chart it for you and estimate your diamonds that you'll need and work it up as if it were a custom painting. But it all depends on the licensing that goes with it, of the copyright. Because there are some companies um, that won't produce custom works on licensed images. So it all depends on the licensing. Or you can do it yourself, which is a little bit more difficult, but can be done. I apparently just answered No Face's question. Yes, they do make the canvases in different sizes, plain white backgrounds that are pre-gridded with they're just blank squares. So you can create your own designs, your own images. The hard part is making sure you have enough of the diamonds that you need to do the image that you want to do. Or you can submit an image to many different companies out there to create your own diamond painting custom, and they will hand chart it, or not hand chart it, but they will chart the image and estimate the amount of diamonds that you'll need of the colors that you'll need and produce the canvas for you. But again, it depends on what the image is and the licensing that is required. I got little gnats. They had the door open today. It depends on what the licensing issues are with the image you want to use. So if you didn't take the photo or draw the image yourself, or a photo of a family member or something like that, then they will check the licensing of the image you want to use. Keith, what are you doing on July 12th through 13th? That snuck up on me. No Face. I know they say non-toxic, but it's still not a good idea to try to eat them. Or somebody did that for Gertie. Oh, snap. Okay, I saw you talking about the the drag race, but I didn't. I must have missed the comment about you doing a live. Heck yeah! If I'm available, I'll watch. I feel like I have a piece of hair, but I did. Um, if I can, I'll watch. Oh, Janelle. That's all right. You don't have to race to stream. I think a lot of us would watch. Yes, Keith does have a channel. Sin, are you still here? Or Red? If we could get a link to Keith's channel, pretty please. Sin. I, Keith, hush. I don't know if Red's here or not. Let me. Oh, there she is. She's on top of it. You're the best, Red. Okay. Dude. Hey, Maya. You can hang out in lurking mode anytime. You know this. Sin, that's no fair. Dude, I'm an amateur next to Red, okay? Like, massive amateur next to Red. That is cute, Keith. Dude, when I was doing my live at the train museum, and we did the tour, and I got a few trolls, and being out and about, I wanted to drop a couple links, and I couldn't because it's a little bit more difficult to drop links when you're on mobile. So Red was there, and I asked her if she wouldn't mind if I modded her so she could drop links for me. And when she said yes, and then I told her I could take her wrench away or she can keep it. You know, I was going to leave the choice up to her. When she said she'd keep it, I was like, so yeah, I was excited. I got Red to mod for me. I'm so excited. And then kind of the same thing happened with Sin. So, and then when she said yes, I was like, yay! I got some good mods. I was happy. Yes, ma'am, Janelle. I have a local turn of the century historic operational train museum, train station, and train. We have a diesel train and a couple of steam trains. And what was it, a couple weeks ago now? I took everybody down and we did a tour. We watched the steam train come back in from one of the excursion trips and pull in. And then we took a tour of the grounds, and we went into the machine shop. I had Mona with me, so I just went straight down the center of the machine shop. I didn't want to go too far away into the work zones, so we didn't do a very thorough tour. But yes, we did do a tour through the machine shop. We went into the gift shop, and then we went into the front room of the museum building, and you know where the gift shop is, and there's a couple of pieces there that have been restored on the History Channel. They had a show, Rick's Restorations. So there were a couple of pieces that were restored by him on the show in the front room. So yeah, it's on my channel. It is on my channel. I got to see all kinds of different cars that are in the machine shop. Yeah. And I'm sure my family has, over the generations, ridden that train until it was no longer operational for passengers. It's still operational. It now belongs to the city. It was gifted to the city by the old mining company that was here and that ran that train. And then after that, we went through a tour of town, through some of the back roads and whatnot. I took everybody over to, oh, you're fine, Keith. We popped over to one of the last remaining smelter smokestack, because this is all old mining. They had smelters that would melt the ore down and process the ore, and we still have one smelter smokestack still standing. So I popped over because that's just around the corner. Yeah, you'll definitely have to check out that stream. It was a couple weeks ago, but it's there. There's a part 1 and a part 2. Part 1 was where I was running a few errands before the train pulled back in, because I wanted to catch the train pulling in, because you get a better view of the train coming in versus the train pulling out. And so I was running a few errands, but then my phone overheated because I left the phone in the car for a few minutes and it shut off. So I had to start a second stream. The second stream is when we actually do the entire tour on the second stream. So if that's all you want to see, go to part 2. Yeah, Maya really enjoyed that one. Yeah, Maya, I really had a blast taking you guys down there. And don't forget that we're also, when the Renaissance Village opens up and they open the houses, I'm going to be taking you guys to the Renaissance Village. That's going to be a fun one. Sin, you hush. You're just as important. Yeah, it was late 1800s, turn of the century, 1900s. No face. Oh, well, Janelle, let me tell you, this museum, we run excursion trains almost every day, and those are 90 minutes long. But they also have tickets to where you can ride with the conductor. You can ride in the caboose. We run specialty trains where they serve dinner, they do stargazing, geology. I mean, we run all kinds of stuff. We even have robbery trains, as if you were in the Old West and you got robbed on the train by bandits. And then we have the polar, what do they call it? The polar, not the Polar Express, Polar Flyer or Northern Flyer or something like that for Christmas. And then we have the ghost train for Halloween, where they actually run the excursion trip, but they have they have stops where they'll tell little ghost stories and stuff. Some of them are based on true events that happened locally. Some of them are made up. But yeah. Oh, no, that's nonsense. Janelle, that is nonsense. That's not the case. You can be autistic and still be highly functional. Yeah, Sunrise needed a little bit of a break. I'm sure you miss it, um, but you never slept. So I'm kind of glad that you're getting some rest. Nice, Janelle. Yeah, and then there's also we run they run the fireworks train to where, okay, That's like twice as much hair as what you get from a German Shepherd. Just warning you. Janelle, exactly. Exactly. Sometimes the misinformation drives me absolutely bonkers. That's red. That was what I was worried about. That is what I was worried about. They are, but the hair, the hair. Sunrise, you know you can reach out to me and we can talk if you need somebody to talk to about that situation and just to be able to talk it out. And now that I know you've stepped down from a or you don't have as many channels. It is not required that you be here, so please do not force yourself. I tend to do a lot of my own modding as far as the chat, and most of what you guys really do is just help with dropping links while I'm live. So now that I know for a fact that you're not burning the candle at both ends, now I feel better about that. But modding my channel is pretty easy. I try not to make you guys work too hard. No face. Yeah, I try not to make you guys work too hard. Yeah, your Poe had me cracking up the way he was picking on you tonight. But all right, Red. Thank you for hanging out with us tonight. I appreciate it. Oh, goodness. But yeah, I try to keep it easy on you guys. Yeah. I do too. It keeps it lighthearted. Janelle, yes. That's why I held off on making mods for so long. One, because a lot of the mods that I wanted were modding multiple channels. And I didn't want to overwhelm them. And up until recently, I've been able to handle the modding a lot on my own. I didn't have a lot of viewers in the chat all at once. I didn't have a lot of issues until recently. But that's also why I try to do more of the modding myself and leave less of that to my mods if I can. I don't want them to feel like it's always going to be a chore, and that they can still come and hang out and chat and still be part of the stream and the chat without having to miss what's going on and enjoy and still have time to enjoy themselves. So so like I know going into tomorrow and over the weekend, to help things, because it seems like we have more issues, more trolls, and more tools on the weekends. As soon as I start the stream, I'll be turning on subscribers only mode, so we can try to avoid a lot of that. It doesn't seem to be affecting us much during the week like it did over last weekend. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, it was horrid. Horrid. Yeah, and that's the other thing. Sin will tell you, I'm super easy to mod for. I will take care of the hard work if I need to. In some channels that would probably work really well, Janelle. For me, it's a little bit different. I'm coming in with mods and making specific people mods, because I have been dealing with these people for a long time, because I didn't need mods for so long. So I'm coming in on a little bit different situation than many other streamers do. And I've developed relationships with these three. Exactly, Janelle. Which was a big reason why I waited as long as I could. I didn't. There were a couple reasons. One, I didn't necessarily need it, and I didn't want to take away from any of the channels of reliable squads. I didn't want to take away from other channels that would need those people, because I didn't need them. for so long. Um, yeah, sunrise, exactly. Um, but you have also proven yourself as a mod. Now, for me, it's a little bit different. I didn't need that proof because you and I've already developed a relationship, and I would call you a friend. So for me, that was an easy choice. But at the same token, you're such a good mod. I didn't want to take you away from other channels that needed you, like Nance's channel, like Poe's channel. Um, so that's one of the reasons I held off for so long asking you, because I didn't want to take you away from channels that needed that trustworthy mod. Maya, honey, you can always reach out to me and we can talk about it. I got big shoulders and they're strong. Even if you just need to talk out what you're thinking. Yeah, sunrise. That's same with sin, same with red. Um, I did not choose my mods quickly or easily. Um, I put a lot of thought into the list of names that I have, and there's still a couple more that I may add as the need arises. Um, I will always try to make it to where you guys don't have to do a lot of work, to the best of my ability. So, I chose the people that I chose for a reason, because I've had a long time with you guys in the chats. I had a long time of sitting back and watching you guys work. And then, like I said, I also didn't want to take trustworthy mods away from people and channels that did absolutely need them when I, at that time, did not need mods. So that is a big reason why I waited as long as I did. And this little guy came loose yesterday, and I wasn't sure where it came from, and I just saw it. There we go. And like I said, now that I know that you're not modding as much and you're not overworking yourself, Sunrise, I definitely want to bring you on board. So, and I think right now, 3 is perfect, unless my chat starts getting bigger on a regular basis. It comes and goes. Um, so that's, yeah, Maya, honey, if you've got something you need to just talk out, so you can work out for yourself how you're feeling about something like that, email me. I got big shoulders. Yeah, Keith, it's it's not easy. It is not easy. And then when you get into the big channels where they have hundreds of people in the chat, it's even harder. You're welcome, Sunrise. Yeah, that I think I would. It's not when you're on a small channel like mine modding. It's like a breeze. Um, that's the best way to do it, Keith. It really is. Um, but when you start getting hundreds of people in the chat and your chat is just flying by, that's when it gets rough. That's when the mods, it's a job for sure. You and me both, Sunrise. I don't know how Barb does it, honestly. That woman is a machine. Love her to bits, but she is a machine. I couldn't do it. Get both of them. I couldn't do it. Ain't no way. I wouldn't be able to read fast enough. I have astigmatism, so it takes me a minute for my eyes to focus sometimes. And when the chat is flying, it's like, there's no way. There's no way. I can't do it. Oh, I can imagine, Sunrise. But at this point, both of them have built their own individual channels to a point that the people that came to their joint channel kind of already knew what to expect and how to act. And so that helps quite a bit too. Right, Maya? Yeah, they are hilarious, especially together. Oh, yeah, they're hilarious. Yeah, Keith. And but they were, Danny and Leah are both also a situation where there's been so much content that the regulars already know how to behave in chat. So I think that was actually the perfect place for you to get started in modding. Because it was a little bit more of a slow lead in for you to learn how to do things versus a chat like Reese and Tommy or Aaron or somebody else that's big like that. Streets. It's I don't think I could mod Streets or Aaron at all. I just don't, because their chat flies so daggum fast. 90% of the time I can't read it because my eyes don't focus fast enough to be able to read it. So I'd constantly be having to stop the chat, roll back to check a comment, and that doesn't make for a very effective mod. No face. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about, Janelle. They have done, Danny and Leah have done so much content that that most people know how to behave. Same with Crimson Cults, Tommy and Reese's joint channel. They've done so much content individually on their own channels, and they have so many people that joined the Cults and Crims page or channel, that people already kind of knew how to act and how to behave. So that channel starting and getting up and running was a much smoother transition than it normally would be. So yeah, but it's still, the chat flies. But I think it's great that that was where you started, Keith, because that was a great place for you to start learning. Oh, thank you, Keith. I appreciate that. Sin. Yeah, well, Sin, it would depend on the topic for the day. It would depend on the topic for Marilyn, because she's like me. She does so much different content that some streams are going to be much hairier than others. That is for sure. Yeah, yeah. They have the vibe that is Danny and Leah both have the vibe that is, don't come in here like that. But on the rare occasion that they do, it's not tolerated very long at all. Yeah, so Maya, my eyes are the same way. That's why I can't do big channels, because if they don't slow down the chat, I can't keep up because I can't focus fast enough. But then you have the added burden of trying to translate mentally as well. So yeah, I could definitely understand how difficult that would be. You did, Keith. You did. Yeah, you did. And that's why I was appreciative of the way you wanted to approach when you were adding new mods, reaching out and actually having conversation, and and I'm one of those people, what you see is what you get. And I produce enough content of my own that you can kind of see how I am. So, and we mesh really well. So that all helps. Exactly, Sin. So when she gets those and she's doing a stream like that, and she gets those, it definitely can be difficult. And sometimes you have to, you know, sometimes the chat is flying so fast that the mods can't can't keep up, or it takes them a second, and that's the best way to handle trolls sometimes, is to go ahead and block them yourself if you need to. Sin, that's true. That's another reason why I don't typically block anybody, um, because I do mod for a few channels. And then also, if I block people, that means they're not going to be able to use the link for my flyers and stuff. So I really don't want to do that unless it's necessary. Yeah, sadly, if you mod for several channels, it's difficult to start blocking people personally because, or on, for your personal self, because then if they come into a chat and start causing problems that you're modding, you can't see that. So as a mod, it's best to minimize how many people you personally block so that you can catch trolls and handle them appropriately in the chats that you mod. um, yes, Maya. Yes. Um, that's also another reason as mods that it's not a great idea for us to block a lot of people on our personal page. Yeah, Keith, and I actually don't typically hide or block anybody from anybody's chats. I'll time out for 24 hours. Um, um, but I typically won't block from channels. Because I don't feel I have the right to make that decision for the creator. I will absolutely block somebody or time somebody out for 24 hours. Absolutely. I have no problem doing that. But I typically don't block or hide anybody from a channel. I have accidentally because I clicked on the wrong one or something, but then I'll go back and change the time, and that will change the hide status and bring them back to the channel, but just time them out. So I have accidentally hidden somebody by clicking too fast, and I had to go back. And then one time, just recently, I dropped my phone and caught it midair and hid somebody by accident. So I had to, that I was trying to time out, and I accidentally hid them when I dropped my phone and caught it. So then I had to change the timeout time and go through all that. Yeah. 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 Yep. Yeah. Savaged. Yeah. Hey, it happens. It happens. Um, so like this phone is not near as sensitive as this phone for the screen. And it was this phone that I dropped and caught it about 3 inches before it hit the floor. Sunrise, you have savaged me. Yes, you have. Hey, Mama Squirrel. And yes, I am the ninja that catches my phone right before it hits the floor. I did too. I hit somebody in the process, had to bring them back, but yes, I caught my phone before it hit the floor. Janelle, Summer getting herself had me in stitches because I know how easy it is to do it. Had me in stitches. Oh, sweet baby Jesus, that sounds amazing, no face. Hey, Big Chief. Oh, I missed that one. I missed that one. Are you kidding me? Oh yeah, yeah. And it's because we get to clicking too fast. Because I do it more often on my computer when I'm on my laptop than I do on my phone. Um, because like I said, this phone isn't, the screen is not as sensitive as this phone. So I have to really press. And when I mod, I do tend to mod on my phone. I do tend to mod on this phone to help avoid that when possible. The other day when that whole situation and I almost dropped this phone, it's because this phone was almost dead. So I had to mod on this phone because I couldn't get to my computer. It was last weekend, I think, because I was painting the room. So yeah, it would have been last weekend. So yeah, and I literally caught my phone like this far before it hit the floor. Janelle, that is an amazing idea. That is an amazing idea. Oh, thank you, Mama Squirrel. I appreciate it. I think I just got bit by a mosquito, like on the bottom side, not on my butt, but like I have shorts on. So it's like on the bottom side of my leg. Oh, it's itching all of a sudden. Yeah. Yes. Sim. Yes. Yes. It is so easy. It is so easy to savage somebody. Yeah, that's the hard part. Because and because I'm doing, it's summertime now and I'm doing more, streams on my phone and stuff, not just protest streams, because I don't tend to get a lot of trolls in my protest streams. Um, that was kind of what finally pushed me over the edge to go ahead and knight a couple of you guys. Oh, by herself. Oh, poor thing. Ooh, that's rough. I know you're not licking my blanket, Mo. I know you're not licking my blanket. You're gonna leave my blanket alone. Yeah.
What doing? What doing? I know you're not making my blanket, you goofy girl. I love you.
Oh yeah, she was going to town licking my blanket, and I don't know why.
What doing? What doing? I love you. Are you gonna get off the bed? Are you gonna lay there on the edge about to fall off?
Let me get your piggies. There she goes. Yeah, there's my girl. Okay, what did no? Yes, I'm gonna lick her. Yeah, she's so goofy. There's your girl. There's your girl, Sunrise. Yeah, it's the sound of licking. I can handle a little bit for a couple of minutes if she's like cleaning herself or something. That doesn't bother me, but licking like my little throw pillows. I she loves to lick these things. I'm constantly having to wash these things. I'm constantly having to wash these things because she's constantly licking them. And so what she did, she had her nose right up under the edge of that and was licking the blanket. Because I'm always yelling at her about licking the pillows, my little throw pillows. But she had her nose right up under the edge of it, licking my blanket, my quilt. I wouldn't have said anything if she was licking her paw. I don't mind the licking when they're cleaning themselves or something, but the licking furniture or pillows and not when she's got a pile of babies right here. Here, what are you doing? You want your unicorn?
Do you want it?
Oh, thank you for the kiss. Thank you. I love you. All right. If you don't want your unicorn, you don't have to take it. Oh, we'll give Jasper some love for me.
What doing? You gonna lay down in front of the fan?
Okay. The sound itself of licking doesn't bother me per se, um, but I hear it all day. It's not something that I mean. I just tune it out for the most part, um, because I have a lot of dogs that come in and they'll lick because they're damp or or whatever. Um, some dogs will lick after they've had a bath, even when they're dry, just because it feels different. So the licking sound, I've just over the years have learned how to tune out. But I almost always catch her when she's licking my bed or my blanket or my pillows. Drives me insane. get it. I'm right there with you. But I guess it's because it sounds slightly different when they're licking themselves versus licking other things. So I catch her. And then she looks all guilty and gets mad at me when I make her stop.
I still love you.
She's ignoring me now because she's laying on the floor in front of the fan. She cracks me up. No face. I can't with you. And she just flopped over.
What you doing, baby?
She cracks me up. Yes, that can wait, Sunrise. That can wait. Most definitely. Let's not disturb him. All right, it is 1 o'clock. I do have to get up early and go to the dump before it starts getting too hot because we have to unload all of the old windows from when they installed the new windows. And, oh, excuse me. Um, that sounds like something Mona would do. That sounds like something Mama would do, for sure. No face, darling. I have been streaming for almost 3 hours. Oh Lord. Yeah, that sounds exactly like Mona. Overly needy, and then indecisive on top of that. Um, no, actually, I started a quarter after 10. And I usually get started. I usually get started um, anywhere between 9:30 and 10:30. I try to go live. This is true, no face. This is true. I have to get up early because the dump opens at 8 and he wants to get this trailer unloaded and get his outside stuff done before it's too hot. Yeah, no, the only time that Mona ever really ignores me is at night. And a lot of that is because she's already been working all day. So that's why I don't, even though she's my service dog and she's supposed to listen to me, that's why I don't push it so much in these streams when she doesn't respond to me. It's because she's been working all day. So, now if I were to call her in the middle of the day, she'll come right to me. But this time of night, not usually. When I'm just sitting here and I'm in a lot of pain and she knows it and I call her, she will get in bed with me and she answers me right like that. Um, but when I'm live, she knows that it's not that bad, and she'll be close to me. Don't get me wrong, because she is literally right here. She's about 2 feet away from me, so she never goes far. But this time of night, she doesn't always listen, and that's okay. Mona is um, to that extent, but she is absolutely a princess too. She's definitely rotten, but she works really hard. It depends, Janelle. When we're around town, because town is so small, pretty much everybody knows her. So every store that I go to, um, every restaurant that I go to on a regular basis, they all know her. So I typically, when we're around town, especially now in the heat, I typically will only have her leash wrap on that says service dog. But when I'm out of town, she does have a couple of different vests. She has a heavy duty utility vest with the standard patches on it and everything. Standard. They're bright neon safety yellow, green. But then she also has a couple of different versions that I've made her. Some are heavier than others. And then she does have the teal colored one that you see on my, did I make it a short? I can't remember now right off the top of my head. Either a short video or short where I made her vest. It's teal. It's like this color teal with black letters, or yeah, black. That one's got black letters. And that one is quilter's cotton on top, and then a very thin light flannel, not fleece, flannel. And that is because I can use that fabric. It actually holds water. So when we're out and about, I can wet that vest down and it acts as an evaporative cooler. So it actually keeps her cooler. As it dries, it draws the heat off of her. So, and then she has a couple that are just over the shoulder. So she does have gear. I typically just don't buy a commercial made because most of the commercial companies that make service dog gear also sell the fake IDs. And I won't support those companies. So for her, she has a special certain collar that she wears when she's working, and when we come home, that collar comes off, so that she knows that that collar is her cue. Yes, and sometimes the relationship can change. Almost no face. Almost. It is a very small town. Absolutely. Yeah, so Mona has her dog bed pillow. She does not like so when we first got her, before I got an actual bed for her, um I gave her a couple of different blankets to see what her texture was going to be. She does not like fuzzy. Does not like it. um she prefers smooth or like satiny feeling. She prefers those, which is why I went with this type of quilt, because it's just like standard quilter's cotton. It's not anything, because I have a ton of fuzzy blankets. I mean, I love fuzzy blankets, fleece blankets, warm and fuzzy, and I'm a happy camper. That's the way to my heart. Um, but Mona doesn't like it. So my bed is covered with the standard quilter's cotton, just standard cotton, which she doesn't have a problem with. And then I actually just cover up with this. And she only touches this when she has to. Like if I start moving in my sleep too much or something and she needs to settle me down in my sleep, um, she'll lay across my legs or something like that for as long as she needs to. If I'm really hurting, she'll snuggle up to my back, which is where a good portion of my pain is, my low back and my hips. She'll snuggle up because she puts off some body heat. So she'll snuggle up to my back for as long as she needs to. Once I settle down, she'll move a bit. Janelle, we all know there are specific laws that govern service dogs. One of them is how we handle our dogs. There are two ways for us to handle our dogs, with one exception on one of them. On a leash, or on our person. Ooh, do not get me started. Typically, for people with diabetes or other conditions that are hormone based like that, where the dog has to be close to smell the changes, and it's a small dog, you can carry them in a carrier on your person. Any other service dog for any other service is supposed to be on a leash. The only time your dog can be off lead is if it interferes with the specific task it is trained to do. Service dogs riding in a cart is not technically allowed. Not only is it not a sanitary thing, because that's where food goes, especially in a grocery store cart, but the dog cannot do its job if it's confined to a cart or a stroller, on a leash or on your person, unless the dog that being on a leash restricts the dog from doing their task. In that case, they must be either under a remote collar for control, full control for voice. I mean, you have to have your dog under control. As a puppy, let me explain something here, because this is something that a lot of people kind of take out of context. Yes, you can have a service dog in training. However, you know what? Hold that thought. All of us have little cards. not all of us, but a lot of us carry little cards. So I'm just going to go over the card that I have, which is a literally copy and pasted from the ADA website. The only thing that I have done is changed the color of the text in a couple of sections. I did not retype, reword, or restructure any sentences. Nothing. This is a direct copy and paste from the ADA website. And I'm just going to read over this. Beginning on March 15th, 2011, only dogs are recognized as service animals under Titles 2 and 3 of the ADA. There are some very strict accommodations for miniature horses up to a certain measurement, up to a certain size, but those are very stringent exceptions. Service animals are defined as dogs that are individually trained to work or perform tasks for people with disabilities. That does not mean that you have to be on paid disability, Social Security disability, to have a disability. The ADA, hang on, Janelle, hang on. We'll get there. The ADA has a list of issues, conditions. Basically, it comes down to any condition that is documented through your medical records that affects the quality of your life and does not allow you to live a normal life. That is considered a disability. Under the ADA, state and local governments, businesses, and nonprofit organizations that serve the public must allow service animals to accompany people with disabilities in all areas of the facility where the public is allowed to go. That does not give somebody with a service dog the ability to just go anywhere with their dog. Simply means any place that the public is allowed to go. Publicly accessible areas. Service animals are dogs, any breed and size of dog, and trained to specifically perform a task directly related to your disability. Okay? Trained. Keep that in mind. Service animals are not required to be certified or go through a professional training program. You can own or train your service dog. They are not required to wear a vest or other ID that indicates that they are a service dog. We do not legally have to mark our dogs. We do so, for the most part, to try to reduce how much we are bothered with our dogs, but it is technically not required that they be marked. Emotional support or comfort dogs, because providing emotional support or comfort is not a task related to a person's disability. Okay? If you are working at a business or state or local government facility and it is unclear to you whether someone's dog is a service dog, you may ask for certain information using 2 questions. Is the dog a service animal required because of a disability? What work or task has the dog been trained to perform? You are not allowed to request any documentation that the dog is registered, licensed, or certified as a service animal, and you cannot require that the dog demonstrate its task or inquire about the nature of the person's disability. We're almost there. A business or state or local government can ask someone to remove their service animal if the dog is not housebroken, the dog is out of control, and the person cannot get the dog under control. A puppy is not fully housebroken. A puppy is not fully trained for at least one task. So therefore, because that dog is not being handled properly, that business would have had all legal right to ask him to leave. And then have to go behind him and completely sanitize the entire table. Maya, the best way is to have your doctor. This is for the States. This is for here in the States. The best way is for us to simply have our doctor sign off on them. That's the best way to do it. Is it required? No. But that is the best way to do it. And it's simply as simple as a prescription stating my name, my dog's name, and what I'm using them for. My prescription has my name, has Mona's name, and it specifically says that she's for physical and mental service. Not emotional, because she's not emotional support. Mental, because she is a psychiatric service dog. Her main task is not psychiatric service. Her main task is mobility. That is her primary task. Psychiatric service comes second. So technically, all I have to say is she's a mobility aid. Yes and no, because the dog still has to be trained to perform the task in order to be allowed in public. That's the determining factor, is the actual training. You can get your doctor to sign off, but if your dog is not fully trained, properly trained, and sorry, I was reading. I'll come back to that. But if the dog is not properly trained, businesses have the legal right to ask that the dog be removed. You go to the same businesses regularly, and you're regularly having to having to remove your dog because it's not behaving properly as a proper service dog should, then you're going to be known as a fake service dog handler. It all comes actually down to the training of the dog. It's not required to have a doctor sign off, but it is helpful to go ahead and have that ahead of time. So, yes, exactly. Basic obedience is paramount to having a well-trained dog. You'll get there, Sin. I know you will. Okay. No, and Janelle, you actually would have had all legal right to say something because that is improper handling. They are to be on the floor, on a lead, or on our person. The only time that they are allowed off lead is if the lead interferes with their task. So I saw a short of a young woman who has a Chihuahua that is specifically trained. This woman has a medical condition. I can't remember exactly what it was, but if she goes down, this dog is specifically trained to find the family member that is with her if they get separated. However, the dog is under full voice control. Having the dog on a lead could hamper them from being able to go find the family member should this woman go down. But the dog is under full verbal control and recalls without exception. So there's no reason why, because the lead would interfere with the task, there's no reason why the dog should be required to be on lead. But she also can't wear on her person, because if she goes down, she could easily squash the dog. So, but having a service dog puppy, you can have a service dog in training in public. You absolutely can. What you cannot do is have a dog that is still too young to be fully housebroken and call it a service dog, because it is not. If it is too young to be housebroken as a puppy, it is too young to be fully trained for at least one service to be called a service dog. It is a service dog in training, but you really can't even start service dog training until the dog has basic obedience. So there are some regulations that most people aren't aware of. And I'm in a really unique position about the service dog information, because I am a handler. I have my own service dog. I'm a certified trainer. I know how to train. I'm also a small business owner. So what I'm trying to do is to stop the argument and the confrontation and turn it into a conversation about what is and isn't allowed for service dogs, but also to educate other people of the general public who may not understand or know what the laws are. You would have had all legal right to say something about that puppy being sat on the table. That is improper handling. Now, whether management would have done anything about it or not is to be determined. But you would have had a right to say something, because that is improper handling for a service dog. They are to be on the floor, not in carts, not in strollers, on the floor, on a lead, unless it restricts from their task, or directly on our person. Not in the seat next to us, not in a cart in the grocery store, not in a stroller, because some people try to take their service dogs in strollers. Service dog cannot perform its full task if it's confined. And certainly not sitting on the tabletop at a restaurant. So like I said, you would have absolutely had all right to say something, but it's up to management whether they do something. Okay, Maya. Technically, legally, the dog only simply needs to be trained, because it says here, the site, service animals are not required to be certified or go through a professional training program. So there's no legal documentation yes. You might even think about maybe broadening your horizon a little bit into maybe even boxers, because they've got really strong shoulders. Because some of the boxers can get somewhat large, about the same size of the the Goldens and the Labs. You definitely would have to shop a bit. So Maya, it's not required to be approved or signed off by your doctor. It's just helpful to have that. Yeah, this is true too. You do have a point. Janelle, a big reason why they did that is because it's less likely for cats. And then they were getting so obnoxious with the animals that they were using as service animals that it was causing more issues. So they went with the majority. Exactly. That's, and then go find a family member. That falls into the must be on a lead unless it interferes with their task. That's part of that. Also, retrieval. You may have to have your dog retrieve something that is further outside their reach for being on a lead. So, but it has to, in order to be off lead, it has to be related directly to where it would restrict the dog from performing their task. Yes, no face. Absolutely. Oh, I believe it. There's actually a lot of people. But there's also some, nuances that go into that. You definitely would have had a leg to stand on to go to management and say something and complain about the dog, because the way the law is written. But whether management is going to do something is a whole nother issue. But you absolutely would have had the right to go to management and say, hey, this dog, is not a legit service dog yet. One, it's too young to be fully trained. Two, this man has this dog on the table, which is not proper handling for service dogs. Either correct this or, ask them to leave if they don't want to. And they would have a legal right to. They absolutely would have a legal right, because you can ask, as a business owner or manager, you can ask somebody to remove their service dog if the service dog is interfering with business or is not being handled properly. I mean, there are ways that a place can absolutely legally ask somebody to remove their service dog. Yeah, people were using snakes, lizards, spiders, all kinds of, and what service do those offer? Because now I'm not trying to be mean, and don't take it that way, but the ADA does not recognize this. I'm saying this keeping in mind that the ADA does not recognize comfort or emotional support as a task. So that's the difference. But people were absolutely using all kinds of other animals as full-blown service animals, and emotional support is not in the eyes of the ADA, seen as a task. Yeah, sadly, that's something else you have to manage as well. No face. Exactly. That's what Sin is saying. Having the script is helpful, but not required. And it is something that I do advocate for, while still saying that it's not required. But it's something that you should have, because you never know. Say you have to fly at the drop of a hat. In order to fly with your service dog, the requirements for the FAA is you need to have that document from your doctor saying that it is a legitimate service dog. Well, you've already got it. So that's one thing off your list. You have to have a health certificate from your vet saying, and that has to be done within different airlines, different requirements. It can be anywhere from 60 days, and sometimes could be up to a year. It just depends. I saw an article online when I was recently looking at flying with Mona. One airline would allow for a health certificate no older than 60 days, and one airline was no older than a year. So within that year, she could travel on the one health certificate for a year, as long as it was good from the date it was written. So you never know where it would be advantageous to have that script. That's why I say it's a good idea to go ahead and get it, so that it's one less thing you have to worry about whenever you may need it. So Maya, they are here, but it's not just emotional support dogs. Emotional support does allow for different animals, because they do offer comfort in the home setting, and that is, you do need a doctor's note a lot of times for that, for housing or whatnot. I definitely hear you there, Mama Squirrel. It can be difficult. Jen, hello, my dear. How are you? All right, Mama Squirrel. We'll talk to you later, darling. Janelle, I told her the same thing. Get the dog anyways. It is absolutely helpful to have that doctor's note and that prescription. It is not required. Get the dog anyways. Yes, and it's changed. It can be different for any airline. So like I said, I was looking, and some of them, I got different dates with each one almost. So it's definitely advantageous just to have it, because that health certificate allowance can vary. That is just one less thing that you have to worry about, because you do have to have that if you're going to fly for a service dog. You absolutely do have to have that, because they have to prove that it is a legitimate service dog. Otherwise, they're going to have to run and fly in cargo as a pet and not as a service dog at your seat with you. So that's one less thing that you would have to worry about by having that script. I'm glad you made it too, Jen. It has been a hot minute since I've seen you. I hope you are doing well. Maya, that's why there's been such a big controversy over this, and that's why it's become such an issue, is because so many people faked service dogs. But I want to explain why the ADA decided to go that route. The reason they did that is because if they required specified training and certification, if they required all of this stuff, it would actually limit access to service animals, which here in the States are seen as true medical devices, not dogs. So the ADA is about making things accessible for people with disabilities. If they started putting in all of these requirements, that limits the access and limits the affordability, because if they put in certified training or training programs and whatnot, that would raise the price, but it would also restrict access. And the ADA is about eliminating barriers to medical issues or medical equipment. Oh, that's nice, Sin. So probably what it sounds like is he might recommend that doctor to others for the service dog issues. So that's actually good that you can make that, if you can make that work and you can develop that partnership with him and a new doctor that doesn't have as much of an issue with service dogs, that would be good for all of you. Well, here's the thing, Miss Sunrise. As emotional support, you can have him signed off for emotional support, regardless of anything else. Okay? Because emotional support dogs do not have the same public access rights. So you can have him signed off as emotional support. That's an easy task. He just would not be able to go into public. So he wouldn't be a full service dog. So he wouldn't have the same public access rights. If you could work with him and try to get some of that under control, then you could change his call from, emotional support into psychiatric, a stress and anxiety response. That's there's the difference between emotional support animal and a psychiatric service dog. Mona is a psychiatric service dog. She performs tasks directly related to, speaking of, she just did a massive stretch, directly related to my anxiety and depression. More so my anxiety. She performs crowd control. So what she does, and I have a short of this on my channel, she actually will create a barrier around me, keeping people at a little bit further distance, especially from coming up behind me. She doesn't allow people to come up and touch me from behind without knowing that they're there first. So she performs tasks directly related to the severity of my anxiety that prohibits me from being able to go out in public by myself. That's why for years I didn't go anywhere by myself. I literally did not go anywhere without my children or my husband, because I would start stressing out. I'd start having anxiety issues, and I would literally run out of a store. I can't tell you how many times I've done it. And I've gone and sat in the truck or in the vehicle, because before we got the truck, we had different vehicles. I would leave the store and go sit in the truck and let them finish what we needed to do, because I couldn't handle it. Mona allows me to be more independent because she helps me with crowd control. She prevents people from coming up and touching me from behind, because you want to see me freak, do that. I don't know you're there. Tap me on the shoulder from behind. Not a good thing. She also performs DPT, which is deep pressure therapy. What she does then, she will either jump up on me and press her head and her paws into my stomach and my chest. Or if it's really bad and I start getting a little lightheaded, I'll sit down on the floor and she will literally sit on me and lean into me. And what that does is actually physically resets the nervous system. Hold that thought. We're just going to turn this one. I got to get this cord. Okay. Hold that thought. I got to flip the camera. Okay, there we go. Remember, I'm still trying to put my room together, so don't judge me yet. Okay. Let me actually go ahead. Oh, wrong way, because my phone's the wrong way. Let me do it this way. Okay. All right. Let me turn it this way. I had to turn the cooler on. Okay. So TPT, DPT is deep pressure therapy. And what that does is it's literally stimulating the nervous system to reset from fight or flight into rest and relax. So she is stress and anxiety response. All of that falls under psychiatric service, which is more involved than just simply emotional support. Now, if you want, you could absolutely, Sunrise, go ahead and get Jasper signed off through your doctor for emotional support. That's super simple. You don't have to worry about the training aspect because he doesn't have the same public access rights. Although basic obedience would be good, he doesn't have the same basic public access rights, so he wouldn't be going into public like a service dog would. Yes, Janelle. So emotional support is fine, but I would definitely continue to work on basic obedience. And then, but if you're using him and you can train him for that task of psychiatric service, which is more involved in the response and the handling from the dog, and you can get him that basic obedience trained, you can put him under psychiatric service. Okay, I got to go back a little bit. A parachute, no face. Only you. So, Janelle, that is actually another requirement as a handler is we are actually supposed to have higher standards of grooming and care and hygiene with our dogs for the whole issues of people being allergic. So having a service dog, we actually have a higher standard of hygiene with our dogs as well. So I hear you. Sadly, not everybody does, but I do. Many of us do maintain that higher standard of hygiene with our dogs. Many of us do. Maya, I understand what you're saying about the driver's license. Again, that would restrict access for many people who are on limited incomes. And that's where the ADA decided not to go that route. But that's the wise to make it legal for businesses to be able to ask people to leave and remove their dogs if they're not following the requirements that we have. So while I do see your point, and I agree, that is a. I don't necessarily agree with requiring the licensing because it does restrict access, and we have. I know you're not here in the States, but for those who live on disability, many of them are already limited in accessing certain things, being able to afford certain things. So that would be an added cost, and it's something that can be taken advantage of very easily by government, because that would be something that would be most likely enforced at the local level. And that's where you can run into so many potential issues with being taken advantage of. But that's why the ADA came up with the specific questions to ask, because if it doesn't follow under that, you have to leave. If you lie about it and then your dog acts out, you can legally be asked to leave and remove your dog. So yeah. But there that is why the ADA put in the ability for businesses to be able to ask service dogs to leave. Sadly, people have taken advantage of that and made it very difficult and put up such a stink that now many businesses are actually afraid to ask people to leave who have fake service dogs, even though faking a service dog is a crime with potential consequences. And in every district, that could be different. but it is a crime, and that was something that the ADA did advocate for, was that it is an actual crime to commit service dog fraud. Yes. The ADA was able to push that through in many locations. People are starting to actually use those statutes because it became such a problem with fake service dogs. It's very possible, Sunrise. But then again, that was actually something that Mona picked up easily on her own with instinct. Sometimes some dogs are able to pick up those responses naturally, simply because of the bond they have with you. So that is a possibility as well. Jennifer, I remember you've said that in the past where one of your cats helped you with your anxiety. Yes, Janelle. So if you actually go on my channel, I have a short of Mona where I hadn't had her long. I want to say that short, I filmed that short in maybe December, and we adopted her in October. Well, we brought her home as a foster in October, and we signed the adoption papers on November 1st. And we had just begun the crowd control training. It was something that I noticed she was starting to pick up. And so I started really working with training that, and she really picked it up quickly. But yeah, she, if I'm standing, I used to not stand in line. I would stand near line so you can tell that I'm in line, but I would stand off to the side. I wouldn't turn my back to people that were behind me in line. Having her, I can actually stand in line comfortably or somewhat comfortably, automatically stand behind me. And that helps keep people behind me at a little bit more of a distance so that I feel more comfortable. And instead of being within reach of somebody where they could just reach out and touch me, having her behind me actually forces people to back off a little bit and give me more space. So it's helped a lot with my social anxiety. Yeah, no face. Well, everybody knows I've been switching rooms with the kids, so not everything is put away properly yet. I still have a few things like these bags right here that I need to finish going through and put away, but it is what it is. And Jennifer, that may be something that could be petitioned to the ADA. I know you're not in the States, but that's something that could potentially in the future be added. The hard part though is cats are predominantly not like that. To get one like that or to be able to train one like that is very much a rarer occasion than being able to train dogs to do that, which is one of the reasons they limited it. And yes, vaccine programs, yes. Ah, okay, Janelle. Okay, so Sin's question here. If we can't get the script directly, how does one prove that the dog is a true service dog? Behavior. Because remember my little form here? On the back side of this is more for businesses. If you're working at a business or a state or local government facility and it is unclear to you whether someone's dog is a service dog, you may ask for certain information using 2 questions. Is the dog a service animal required because of a disability? What work or task has the dog been trained to perform? So if your question is, or your answer to question number 1 is yes, it's a service dog, then you simply need to, you're not required to provide a show. You're not required to reveal your medical issues. All you have to do is tell them specifically what the dog is trained to do. In Mona's case, all I have to simply say, because she's dual use, all I have to say is at least one. Her primary task is mobility aid. I don't have to tell them that I have joint hypermobility syndrome and that I could fall or trip over air, or if I get down on the ground, I can't get up. I don't have to tell them any of that. Mobility aid. If I really want to get technical, then I can also tell them psychiatric service. She has stress and anxiety response. And there are several tasks that she performs under that. I can tell them deep pressure therapy, stress and anxiety response, because when I start getting stressing out, or when my anxiety starts rising, she will actually jump up on me before she even starts doing deep pressure therapy. She'll jump on me to try to distract me from whatever is causing my anxiety and stress. Or she'll boop me. Hey, Ozan. She'll boop me, or boop my leg, or boop my hand, and licking my hand, or licking, if I have capris on, she'll start licking my leg, licking my hands, nudging my hands to try to distract me from what is causing me stress and anxiety. So behavior and answering those 2 questions. They cannot require you to perform like a circus monkey. You just tell them what the dog is trained to do. That's it. Behavior and answering those 2 questions for them. Janelle, yes and no. General public cannot demand proof. You do not have to present papers. However, the FAA does require papers. It doesn't matter. Not always the airline, but the FAA requires certain documentation. Yes. Maya, I understand. And every country is going to be different too. Some countries are going to be even more lax than the US, and some countries are going to be more difficult, like Norway. The changes and the way the law has been updated and written. Yes, Janelle. Otherwise, it would be considered a pet and would have to fly in cargo. But to have your dog with you in cabin as a service dog, you do have to prove with documentation that it is a service dog and that it has had a recent health certificate. And that is per the FAA. I understand, but that's also why the grooming requirements are more strict as well, to help to minimize those issues. That's not to say that everybody does it, but we are supposed to have a higher standard as service dog handlers. We are supposed to have a higher standard of grooming for our dogs because we are in public and we could be potentially exposing somebody to allergens. So our grooming regimen is supposed to be a higher standard. No face. Hey, Pamela. Technically, sin, yes. But if they are found to have lied, there are legal consequences should they be turned in and cited. So that is where there is some punishment for faking service dogs. If you fake a service dog, the consequences can be different in each location, in each district, each jurisdiction. It depends on what how the laws are written in that jurisdiction. But it is a crime, an actual legal crime, to fake a service dog. We just need to get people to actually realize that. But it is a actual legal crime to fake a service dog. It's just the consequences vary per jurisdiction. So, Miss Sunrise Dawn, if he is alerting and he is performing an action that is helping to distract you from what is causing your anxiety, or he is helping you during your anxiety or panic attacks, that is a psychiatric service dog. That is not simply an emotional support dog. But he would require training for proper behavior when out in public. Sin, yeah, that if it is not a legit service dog performing, my husband cannot take her in public, because she just jumped up behind me. He cannot take her in public as a service dog without me, because I am her handler. I am the person that actually has her for service. So he can't take her out in public and display and say that she's a service dog, because technically she is not a service dog for him. She is a service dog for me. So she is only a service dog when in my possession. She is simply a pet in the possession of anybody else. So nobody else can take my service dog and parade her in public as a service dog because she does not perform service for them, even though she is my service dog. Maya, we've talked about this. You are his emotional support person. Yeah, Pamela, that's kind of the difference between a service animal and a pet. Pets can fly in cabin up to a certain weight, but they cannot be outside of their carrier. Period. Doesn't matter for what reason. They cannot be outside of their carrier up to a certain weight, and that weight is very small. But with service dog, they are allowed to fly out of their carrier or without a carrier so that they can perform their tasks. And that is why it's required to have a doctor's note and have that documentation that they are a service dog and not a pet. That's the difference between flying in cabin with a pet with a health certificate. They have to remain in their kennel or carrier. They are not allowed to be released from their carrier in flight for any reason, whereas a service dog can fly without those restrictions. Oh, dadgummit. I hate when that happens, you know. Sin, as long as the dog is properly trained to perform the task, technically, nobody can require you to show paperwork unless you're traveling. That is the biggest reason that you would have to actually show documentation. Is for travel. Reason? No. That's the main reason. It's always good to have that documentation. You just may not always be able to get it right away. But I bet you will eventually find a doctor that would be on board, especially once you've trained the dog. Guarantee it. It's just going to take you some time. Yes, and that's the other thing with flying with pets. Every airline is going to be a little bit different, and their requirements are going to be different. Yes, that goes beyond what you're required to do. So if you have a service dog and you go in public and somebody stops you and asks you, is that a service dog? Yes. What are they trained to do? Diabetic alert. Because that's the main task. Or because you'll be actually dealing like me with dual use, you could simply say mobility and not even have to do anything else. So you could have both mobility and diabetic alert. There you go. Because generally in public, nobody can require you to show documentation, licensing, anything. That's not required per the ADA. actually, Janelle, if you do, you can file a complaint. You can call law enforcement if you think the law enforcement would actually follow through. It is a legal crime to fake a service dog, and there are requirements to have a true service dog. So there are ways, but it just depends. First things first, go to management. Let them know that that is not proper handling for a service dog. Please do something about it. If it's something that you see repeatedly from the same person in multiple restaurants, or the same restaurant multiple times, and they've been told, then yeah, you could actually call the cops and say, this is not proper. This is not a true service dog, because, you know, they're still a puppy. They're not fully trained, and they've got them all over the table with their butt all over the table. This is not allowed per the ADA rules. Having a service dog in training, yes, you do have to practice and train in public. But in training still is not a full service dog. You still have to be cautious. But most people, because it's a service dog in training, do give more exceptions. Still doesn't change on a lead, on the floor, or on your person. Not on a table, and not in a cart. Yeah, that's a big no-no, Sunrise. The service dog is only a service dog for the person who needs the service. My husband and my kids cannot take her to the store without me and claim her a service dog without me being present. Because if I am not present, she is not a service dog. Because she is not offering the service to them. She's offering the service to me. If I am not present, she technically is not a service dog. She is a pet. And presenting her as a service dog without the handler present is faking a service dog. Janelle's got it. It's no different than say I become permanently disabled and I get a placard, which is possible in the future for me. He cannot legally use that placard and park in a handicapped spot if I am not present. Same concept with the service dogs. Maya, yes, you cannot fly or make arrangements to fly without your dog, or with your dog, your service dog, without alerting the airlines, because there are requirements per the FAA that allows how many animals inside the cabin at one time. So those arrangements have to be made in advance so that they can accommodate that, making sure that there's not, I think I'm not sure the number, but I want to say it's 1 or 2 that are allowed in the cabin at the same time. So yes, to fly with a service dog, you do have to make prior arrangements. Unless you keep documents up to date, ready to go, and then you can book, but they still have to make sure that there's no other animals on in the cabin, there still need to be arrangements made, because there are requirements and restrictions on how many animals are allowed in the cabin at the same time. Yep, Janelle answered you there. I went into a little bit more detail. No face. You know what? And that sin, that might, if you're not able to easily find a doctor now, that might be the next best step. Show the doctor that the dog can do it. They may be more likely to go ahead and sign off, because there's going to be times where, devices malfunction. They disconnect from cell phones. Technology is great, but it is not 100%. Dogs are not 100%, but the combination of the two are much better than just one or the other. Well, Sunrise, that's actually a really good question, but it all is determined by what service the dog performed. What was the task? Because carrying a small dog like that in a purse is actually kind of considered carrying it on your person, because it's close to the body. Typically, it would be more along the lines of carrying the dog on the chest, so that the dog, especially if it's a diabetic alert or a hormonal response, the dog can smell the neck and the breath, where we tend to release those hormones a little bit faster, or those smells come through a little bit faster. So that typically you would be, okay, yeah, typically for a diabetic alert, the dog would be worn on the chest to be able to smell the breath and the neck. So technically, they're not wrong, but not as effective as it could be by wearing the dog on the chest. And they make doggy slings to where you can do that, where it's a sling that the dog rests in, and it's worn right here on the chest to smell the breath and the neck. So yeah, so it's in that is definitely because you've had a hard time with sensors. I absolutely see why you want to have the backup with the dog. The combination of the two is going to be much better than one or the other. No, but they're big enough that they can get a good scent. Especially those breeds have good noses. Another breed to maybe think about is standard poodle, because they're a hunting dog. They have an excellent sense of smell, and they're very intelligent. But with a standard poodle also comes a lot of grooming costs. So just a nugget. Just a nugget. So Sunrise. That's where they're going wrong and where they could potentially cause some issues for themselves. If the dog is a service dog and a diabetic alert dog for him, he must be the one handling the dog, not her. Oh yeah, most definitely. And I have a couple of poodles and doodles that I groom like poodles that I could, yeah. Actually, you know what? Ishi. Ishei. Ishi. What did I title that video? I poodled a doodle. I poodled a doodle. She's a sheepadoodle. Old English sheepdog and poodle. But she is cut and clipped like a poodle because she likes to play in the brush at home. So to minimize how much debris she gets caught in her coat, because she's got a really tight, kinky, curly coat of the poodle, we keep her clipped down pretty short. I poodled a doodle. That's a full video of clean face, clean feet, short haircut. We actually shave her ears to keep her from getting any debris or, stickers or anything in long ear hair. So we clip her ears. But yeah, I poodled the doodle video. And that kind of gives you a good, because she's a big girl. She's the size of a standard poodle. You mentioned Bernedoodles, and I just did 2 of them today. Well, it's not moot because it's knowledge. It's knowledge. Should they ever get another dog and want to do that, then you can educate them to handle properly. Or it allows you to have that nugget in the back of your head for when you might see other people in public. If it is a legit dog, then you can help keep them from causing trouble for themselves. If it's not, then you can keep them from causing trouble for themselves. Oh, no face. That's an excellent flight. This is correct. If he was not going to be there, the dog did not need to be there. And this is absolutely no offense to anybody, but that is somebody who's taking advantage of the system and the loopholes. From what you've just said, that's my understanding. Sin, that's a very good idea. I would recommend one thing if you want to look into Bernedoodles. Find a reputable breeder that tests for the shedding. They can test for that. It's part of the hypoallergenic test. That is truly the only way to know if a doodle truly is hypoallergenic, is to be individually tested in a lab. But what they can do, and what some breeders will do with doodles is they will test them for the sheddingness to see how likely, it's not a guarantee, nothing ever is, but it's a likelihood of how much the dog will take after one breed or the other. So if you want Burmese characteristics, but less hair like the poodle, Bernedoodle would be a good mix, and might be a meet you in the middle dog for you. But if you're looking for less shedding and less hair, find a breeder that does the test. And that way you'll be a little bit more accurate to know, how much the dog is going to shed before you purchase the dog. I hear you, Janelle. I love that they loved the dog that much. It's just sad that it went in that direction. Taking advantage of the loopholes within the service dog arena is not good practice for anybody. Yeah, I hear you. I hear you, Sunrise. You and me both. That is definitely the closest I'll ever get to flying private. That's for sure. All right, Janelle, honey. Thank you for hanging out. Dadgum! I went an hour and a half longer. See, that's why y'all don't need to get me started talking about dogs. Oh, Sin, you'd be surprised at how sturdy poodles can be. My recommendation would be to look at the parents to get an idea of how thick any of the pups might be. But if you're looking for sturdiness, a doodle might be a good idea for you, a good option. But if you don't want to handle the hair, because I'm telling you, Burmese mountain dogs are beautiful, but they absolutely have more hair than what you're used to. And you already have 3 German Shepherds. So you already deal with a massive amount of hair as it is. So it would be more of what you're willing to put in to make sure that you're maintaining the coat properly on a Burmese, because they're going to take a lot more maintenance to keep that undercoat out, especially in the Texas heat. So it really comes down to how much work you're wanting to put in. Whereas with a Bernedoodle, with doodles, you wind up with complex coats. So clipping is a little bit more acceptable. Whereas with Burmese, I would not recommend clipping their coat at all, because you could wind up damaging the coat. So it really is a matter of what you're willing to maintain at home. No face. Hey, Brian, how are you? Thank goodness. You'd be surprised. Yeah, it's not. I never recommend clipping a double coated dog if there's a way you can avoid it. But I have warned you guys, Do not get me started talking about dogs. Because I could be here all night. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. But yeah, there is absolutely yeah, I don't think it was this time. There is absolutely some loopholes to the way the ADA laws are written. And sadly, people do take advantage of that. But there's not much more that they can restrict and require about service dogs that wouldn't restrict access. Oh, I don't have, give me this phone. Hang on, Pamela. Let me see. Oh, buddy. Can I show this? This came out perfect. So Pamela's oldest requested a dolphin cake for his birthday. Here's what she was able to make using a pattern that she found online. But it's not letting me just go into the picture. Let me turn it this way and see if I can do that so I can hide your name. Okay. I don't know why it's not letting me just pull up the picture. Oh, too far. There we go. That came out excellent. That came out excellent, Pamela. Did you know we were talking about cake earlier? I do believe that that was before you came. Interesting. All right, folks. I was supposed to get off an hour and a half ago. And then somebody got me started about dogs. And service dogs to boot. I talk all day about that. Oh, yes, we were talking about cake earlier. We most definitely were. We did. We had a conversation about cake. We all wanted cake, and then we all got a sweet tooth, and a couple of us got hungry. All right. I'm going to go ahead and go. I really appreciate you guys hanging out. It's 2:40 in the morning, and there are still 8 of you guys hanging out, going strong with me. You guys rock. Oh. Yeah, it's time for me to go to bed. And then she has to go and tell us, Papa, you wait till now to join us? And Pamela, you had to go and tell me homemade chocolate. Really? Chocolate? Man. Hi, Papa. How are you doing, my dear? Janelle. The talking pumpkin. I'm getting there myself. Yes. Yay. Well, Janelle is turning into a pumpkin because it's past her bedtime because we stayed on talking about dogs. So she has since turned into a pumpkin, but she's a talking pumpkin because she wanted to say hi to you. Oh, sweet baby Jesus. Pamela, so not fair. So not fair. Half an hour back. Bless your heart. I appreciate you hanging out, Janelle. Thank you. Papa. I don't have to bake. I mean, I can. I'm not 100% great at it, but I can if I have to. However, my oldest, that girl can bake. Ooh, Sookie. If I was closer, you'd share. Thank you. I love me some chocolate cake now. There is a reason why my hips are as wide as they are. I eat well. But I do got to go. I have to get up early. We have a dump run first thing in the morning before it gets too hot. And I truly appreciate all of you guys hanging out with me tonight. Be still. But I do know your secret weakness. Well, it's not secret, but I do know your weakness. Because you like it and I don't, and that is beer. Oh, Rocky Road ice cream. You know what? Just about any kind of ice cream for me. But my favorite, top 3, cookies and cream, mint chocolate chip, and Reese's. My favorite. But I do have to go. I got a dog snoring like crazy behind me, and I have to get up in a few hours to help the hubby. So I'm not going to promise that I'll be live tomorrow, but I'll promise to try. Yeah, it's kicking me. I got to go. I'm going to have to find that. I'm going to have to find that. You guys are the best. And Papa, I'm super happy to see you. I was wondering how long it was going to be. So I will see you guys later. Have a wonderful night, wonderful day, whatever it may be for you. You guys are the best. I appreciate it. Talk to you guys later.